Hello, welcome, good afternoon. Sorry, I was just looking at something, trying to iron bacteria. So, plan today, yes. Still in Glebe, plan today is to try and get to the point where we're launching science with rockets. Whether we will or not, I don't know. I have a decent idea how I'm going to go through that, but there is one outstanding question that I haven't quite figured out, and that's how I'm going to handle this sort of thing. Because this is how you mass produce your iron things. But you can't really allow yourself to get into a position where you run out of iron bacteria. You need to keep feeding this. The problem with that is the iron bacteria very quickly spoils into iron. And once it's turned into iron, you can't then just burn it. But the overall plan is going to be basically to have belts that are constantly moving and never stop moving. And at the end of the belt is just a bunch of stuff to burn away all the organic matter. So we're just going to have a constant production cycle. So hopefully that will mean that everything will always get the freshest of ingredients, hence the title. Now, this is a problem that we need to worry about later. Let's start working on planning now, though. I wish I could tell what is and is not water. That's water, that's water. Okay, we can kind of tell with this lot. I do want to get rid of some cliffs. We should have plenty of explosives around. Our personal transport is in orbit. It's probably dropped down, all of it. Yeah. We're not allowing this thing to... no, you can still drop. Yeah, we're not using this thing anymore to pick up landfill. Instead, we've programmed the Vulcanus cargo to do the loop for us. So it will drop off of Navis, it will wait there for a maximum amount of time, head over to Vulcanus, head over to Glib, load up, it will collect additional landfill when it does, and then when it arrives back at Glebe, it'll drop the landfill, so hopefully the rest of this will get built. Because we stupidly built it over a large amount of water, apparently. But anyway, yes, so we need to start laying some things out. We don't actually have these yet, so we don't need to worry about where I put them for now. That's still in range. I think that's still in range. I mean, this bit I can copy from any other planet. We've done this multiple times. This particular weave. Under that here. The only potential problem with this particular setup is that this getting its resources is more important than any of the rest of them getting their resources. Ah, right. Blue circuit productivity. I think that covers all of them. And we're just going to put those in there. Oh, right, yeah, and we wasn't even going to use that type. We was going to use that type. Okay, that will end up being further north. And then directly beneath it is going to be where all the science is produced. Did we put quality modules in? We did. No, why did we remove them? Absolutely, we changed them, didn't we? Damn it. That's my fault. Still. Never mind, we'll probably go through all of those eventually. And then this wants to make as much science as humanly possible. There is a center point, that is there. Now... let's just line up the 4. This wants to get loaded directly onto the rocket, it will be. You're going to make us science. It is just those 2 ingredients. Output goes along there. Discarding any spoiled first, fresh first. Doesn't matter for that. But we are going to have to have another one that pulls off. That only wants to load while there is a rocket in orbit. In fact, well, we do want to be connecting to that. What we actually want is the inserters for this to be controlled. I wonder if that'll work. If there's no orbital request, then it won't have a value. It'll work for the rest of this. Enable disable if we have requests for that. Okay, you have no power, but that means that you're not disabled by the controller, so yeah, that does work then. Basically, all of this stuff won't kick off, and we're probably going to need more than this, because we need it to be running fast. Can have 4 modules inside it. I think we was going to have 4 modules inside it, although I don't think we have the modules to put inside it at the moment. The hope was... energy consumption, or I'm expecting energy consumption gets applied to the nutrients. But I genuinely don't actually know. Reduces quality, increases speed. Okay, it doesn't. This has no... Oh no, there it is. Maximum consumption at the bottom, it does say. So we can pull the energy usage of these things down. Which means it will use less nutrients. Whether or not that's a problem that needs solving, I don't know yet. But if it is, then what we'll just end up doing is adding some beacons below them to further reduce usage. So that's the end of all of this. Now we need to get everything that connects to it sorted. These belts are going to be constantly filled with resources. They're basically just going to zip past when this isn't in use, and they'll get used later down the line, and then burnt if they don't get used. Speaking of belts... Okay, that can be tweaked a little bit to make it a bit more efficient. If I do that, does it get it entirely out of range? Okay, we would have to use a green one, but it would work. I don't think we've actually dropped down any green belts, so that's fine. We can send some later. Now, don't know how far we need to bring this. We're going to need to do the same thing down here, only we have a much smaller patch to work with. It's keeping up nicely though. What's the pollution clouds look like? They're not that big. That's going to get disturbed eventually if it doesn't move closer in. I am still on the wrong screen because I forgot to enable that. My apologies. No, I have enabled that. Why did it not pick that up? Okay, maybe my mouse was still on that screen. So yeah, this is going to be a problem. These are eventually going to start moving in towards our territory. We do need to defend them, but for the time being it's not that big of a deal. Let's run the belt up and along here. We'll figure out the specifics later. I just want to get some idea of where things are going. Let's move this entire section up here. Are we going to be able to power everything? The next one in the middle of it. Okay, fine. We won't use these. We have plenty of these. Does that cover? It doesn't cover that one. This one will do. Okay, so that's fine. That one doesn't cover that though. Means we do need that there, and then that there. That's covering both north and south. There we go. Covers power for everything. To the side to actually connect it to the rest of the grid. Of these cliffs, because we're probably going to want that as part of the build area. So let's think about the inputs of these. Bioflux pentapod eggs. Bottom line is just going to be nutrients, so it's like top line is going to be these things. Nutrients, water, pentapod eggs. So this just feeds into itself. Speed of this is 2 per second. It's going to produce, or they're going to produce about 2 per second each. So let's do a little bit of quick calculations. How long for these to build 1,000? So if we have 8, that's 16. 1,000 divided by 16. It's going to take a minute for it to load the rocket. That's not bad. A little under a minute to load the rocket. These things have a shelf life of an hour on them. And they're going to need 1.3 of both inputs. I might increase these to have 10 of each, just so they will be finished in less than 60 seconds. Okay, so math-wise, We need production for at least 13 per second of each of these. So that'll be 12. What do you make at? You manufacture slow. That works for these. And that's still... all of this is still plenty for belt stuff. Being able to run in the belts. This here, or this belt here, is going to have... hopefully nutrients on both sides, just full, so that should be okay. Math on this is a little bit trickier. We need 3 of these for every 1 input. We need 13 input. Or probably more accurately, it's oh no, it is about 13 input. Pretty much just used in this, and then it wants to be destroyed or used to make more of those. Save my head. 3 times 13. We need 39 or 40 of these. We would need 40 of these. And that's going to be way too much nutrients. So this will probably need its own nutrients line. 4 times 40, 160. That's going to be multiple belts of nutrients lines. Maybe these ones need to be fed by drones. How to get the required output of this? Have we really gone through all of our... or did I just... I think I may have disabled... No, it's still allowed to drop. We have gone through, somehow, our supply of speed module 3s. I highly doubt we have another set of those over here yet. These take a while to build. Oh, it's all running, so it's just a matter of they're going to have to wait. We'll get some more speed modules later. I'm guessing the supply that we had on here must have been shared between here and Navis, because we did use some down here. Although I thought the Flugora cargo was holding on to some. Yeah, how do we have 32 down here? You're only supposed to drop them up to 10. Must have been configured wrong at some point. Anyway, back to the problem of the eggs. And the sheer amount of nutrients they require. If we use a blue belt, we're going to need 3 of them. So green belts. 3 green belts worth of nutrients. And they're going to be running constantly, so that's not an issue. Green belts is 60. There's more than one way to make nutrients. I think we already already figured out that Yamakos are fractionally more efficient in terms of per item, but Bioflux produces nutrients faster. If we then factor in, that's something I didn't consider when I was doing the math on that. If we then factor in the fact that words my head is struggling to get the words out. Yeah, if we factor in the cost for the fuel, which is still nutrients, then I think actually Bioflux beats Yamako Mash. Plus Bioflux lasts longer. Okay, that consumes 5 to produce 60 per second. So one of these fills a green belt. How the devil... How would you go about doing this? Because this doesn't really tell you how many items it can shift per second. I even think that isn't going to work, is it? No, that might work. It really depends on how quickly these can shift them out onto the belt. The other option is just to produce the nutrients right next door to them. And have one of these feed a bunch of these. Which means that these will need to be produced somewhere else. We're going to need some sort of nutrient feedback to go back to here to make these. We also need the nutrient inputs. In fact, let me... One, two, three, four. Input speed of 5 and 4 for Yumako and Jelly Nuts. And honestly, we should probably... Actually, can we? Output is 2 per second. 8, 16, yeah, no, we shouldn't do it this way. If we're going to do something like this, it wants to be done this way. We absolutely don't have the inputs to run this system currently, but that's fine. Five, 10, 20, 30, 40. That's a problem. Because that's 40 for just one of the 2 ingredients, and technically needs 3 ingredients. Although, to be fair, this is probably overkill. Maybe it's not then. Item bacteria spoils into a single one. So we are going to need a bunch of bioflux just to be able to power the stuff to build the rockets. It's also needed for the rocket fuel, it's going to be needed for the plastics. Plastics are needed for red circuits, so that's going to be needed for... Yeah, okay. We probably do need this much of it then. To 1. Actually, is a spoilage line really necessary? In theory, if I have this set up the way I want to have it set up, it shouldn't get to the point where anything spoils inside it. Because again, the goal is that everything is running constantly. Okay, so 3 of these supplies 1 of these. The tricky bit is largely just going to be these things. It's the amount of nutrients we need for these. In order to be able to keep up with all of this. Okay, let's scale back a bit before we go too far. So these take an hour to spoil. Having them crafted into, or having them craft a full rocket's load in 2 minutes is probably more reasonable. So what numbers do I need for that? We want to produce 1,000. The rate for production for 1 of these is 1.94. That gives us 515 divided by the time that we want it to take, 120 seconds. 4 of them. So let's do that. If we go that divided by times 4 times 120. Okay. If we cut down to just 4 of these, or probably remove the overclocks from them. Okay, with the overclocks gone, I now have 4 calculated windows open because I've not been closing them. 1,000 divided by 5 point, whatever, divided by 7.5. 133 seconds. And the inputs on this is then much more reasonable. So it'll take a little over 2 minutes for it to produce a full rocket's load. Or a little over 2 minutes to produce a full rocket's load. It's probably going to take... It then has to be launched. If the ship then leaves immediately, it's probably going to take a couple of minutes over there, or a couple of minutes to get over there, so it'll probably arrive at the research bays with 55 seconds left on it. 55 minutes left on it. Okay. That makes numbers slightly easier. Let me close all these calculators down. Right, that being the case, these now consume at 0.5. So we need to produce 5 eggs per second. At a rate of 0.33. Means we need about 16 of these. 16 multiplied by 4 is 24. 64. So 2 blue belts worth. All of this can go onto a single line effectively. We can probably do that to a point. There's going to be nutrients going along there, but they're going to need their own nutrient feeds. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We may as well make these green belts, actually. That nutrient feed there is going to be for that. Let's actually start requesting from orbit. Those. You've stopped producing. Why have you stopped producing? I'm presuming because we ran out of iron. Yeah. Okay, so that's be how we get the nutrients into it. And then we want to do that all the way along. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. These things should be running constantly, so we shouldn't be needing to worry about spoilage out of those. I mean, once we've got production running here, we can just go for basic efficiency modules. If we actually want to reduce the amount of nutrients they're using to run themselves. Okay, so that's all fine. That block there is fine. Oh, we actually got to the point where... We should probably work on what's going to be the back end next. That is where everything will go to die. Out of curiosity. Significantly reduces the speed that the nutrients gets consumed. But that's not necessarily a good thing, actually. Because we don't want the nutrients to spoil. But this one doesn't, yeah, the nutrients in here doesn't affect the quality of whatever else is being produced. But if it's running slow enough that it's just going to spoil anyway, then I don't think it's worth it. Let's have a look at seeds. You still haven't managed to... Oh, it's because... Are you not able to consume them fast enough? Are they not getting delivered fast enough? That one's 60. Okay. If we increase the amount that it wants to store in here, we should allocate more drones to it. Eventually they're going to be on belts. We still have logistics drones in the network. We'll speed these ones up at the very least because we do now have an abundance of spoilage in this temporary system. I need to pick that lot up. We need those things turned into seeds. It might be a result of it not really having anything to do with any of these. Why are you not feeding that in? Are you really telling me you can't burn carbon? It's a burnable fuel. It is literally listed as a burnable fuel. What the devil are you playing at? Ah, right, yeah, because we tweaked how this was working. No, we don't need it to do that anymore. Just burn it. Even if these things are full, even if these things are hot, just get rid of it. And with that in mind, we have a lot of this lying around now. If you could get rid of that as well, because it's going to clog up our temporary systems. Okay. We need more iron. If we need more iron, then we need more of that. If we need more of that, then we need... You do that. You're going to need a Kickstarter. Let's go with that because having to use green inserters because we've run out of normal inserters. You explicitly want to extract only the spoilage. Oh, you also need nutrients as fuel. Okay, did you get your seeds? You still don't have your seeds. He's still trying to go for all of this. Oh, damn, I didn't see that. Oh. Wrong way round. And we are out of red inserters. I think we've already dropped down all of the ones we had in orbit. Maybe not. Ah, no, we did go collect another bunch. If we have another bunch, we can drop them down. We only need it to kick off the loop. Once the loop is kicked off, then everything else is fine. Because these will spoil, and then they'll turn into what we need them to turn into. So with that up and running, in theory we don't need this anymore? Yeah, no, it should be fine. We can get rid of those. Why'd you have to load up my inventory of all that stuff? Should have turned my drones off. Okay, now let's turn that back off again. This could spoil, which is why that's there. It's fine then. They are keeping up. They're keeping up, but not producing particularly quickly. It's not a bad thing, though. Okay, we need to get bulk inserters being produced. Not bulk inserters specifically, just inserters in general being produced. Now, why have you stopped? No, we'll leave it that way round for now so that these can empty out first. Keeping 1,000 in or 100 in here was a bad idea. $10 is probably enough. I'll pull that out of there. Still trying to get through all of that. It's fine. It still hasn't filled up all of those, but at least it's now running. You're full of seeds. That. How is this 2% for seeds? 2% for seeds. How the hell has the one that had the least amount of growing potential initially ended up with way more seeds than the other one? You want seeds. Whole bunch of this. Otherwise this just gets turned into biomatter. Okay, that's used for plastics. to make so much more this way. And it's probably going to jam things up a bit as well. It's so much more faster. I thought I fixed you. I thought you were told to not run. Yeah. None of you should be running if we have 1,000 science. And you're not running because there's none on the belt. It's just we haven't consumed it down on planet yet. Is more the problem. We are going to need to make an adjustment to this to handle the fact that we may not necessarily be consuming the agricultural science packs at any given time. And so they're going to start to spoil and will need to be pulled off. Why the hell does the pollution cloud look so much like the vision cloud? Okay, there's the pollution cloud. And that's the vision. Let's go take out those egg rafts before they actually become a problem. Because we don't have any kind of automated defenses yet. And while it's only a small egg raft, it's potentially something that could cause a bigger problem. And there's a bigger one south of the other one, so we'll get rid of that as well. Not enough platform hub space available. CMAP. This one's a little further off, but where are the eggs? I'm not seeing any spoilage indicators. Maybe there wasn't actually an egg raft there? Ah, that's a pain. Nutrients can't be burnt until it's spoilt. Emptying one of these out is just going to be a pain in the ass. Let's make a tweak. Seriously? We made 20 and we didn't get one more of a higher quality? They're allowed to have higher qualities, we can see it. It has crafting speed. Why the hell? That's some seriously bad luck. Anyway, I assume, yes, our solar blocks are finally finished. You're doing your job, but it looks like you have actually you've managed to run out of iron bacteria. You've both managed to run out of iron bacteria. Result of us not, or simply not crafting enough? Let's change you to that, and we'll give you... Oh wait, we do still have some spoilage that we can bring over. You're stable again. We still haven't managed to saturate this with seeds. I don't understand how it's managed to get to that position. I mean, this is full. Okay, at this point, this is just simply not able to get through it quick enough, and you need to be using that. Okay, if that's the case, then... just consume. The whole point of this is mostly just to get seeds. Not worried about anything else. Okay, let's actually get rid of that alert. Should be easy enough, just... Now, interesting. You should not be entirely jammed like that. I think it's going to be fine. I think it'll fix itself. Actually, no, it's not, just because of the sheer amount of iron that's on this. It needs to be able to get rid of some... Yeah, okay, so we are going to need to create a hole. We're not allowed to create a hole. That's a pain. Only if ice is less than 50, which it must have been for a while. But then because, yeah, so this entire thing messed up because this thing got too full. I mean, there's no reason you can't deconstruct those. Other than the fact that you've run out of space. Well, we got rid of all of the asteroids now, so... It's currently told to only collect the ice asteroids. Did we ship up one of these? We did. Not enough space. It's fine, we'll make do. If we have the space though, we can actually... Okay, you're not going to let me remove that one. Fair enough. What about here? No. Do you have long arms? You do. Do we have a way that we can get the iron out of here and yeet it somewhere? Bye-bye. I should have done it like that. Never mind. They're only basic crushes, it's fine. I'll let this fix itself. I don't think I could always throw them or ship them down, but then there's nothing downstairs that's going to request them. Now, one of these is picking up iron asteroids and shouldn't be. Why do I keep seeing iron asteroids? Are they just some of the leftover ones? There's one. That's probably sufficient spare room that it'll be able to figure out its shit from there. Okay. You've jammed up again. The tricky thing for this entire setup, once we actually start finishing off all of this, is just going to be nutrient management. Okay, we need to kickstart this again. Get a fresh set. Grab some nutrients. I think at this point we can drop off everything in our inventory and keep our drones turned off. Okay, you're making plates, you're making gears. Let's shift this down to there. Add you in here, you in here. Why make a new setup when we can use a perfectly good setup that's going to be easier to grab from here, I think. Yep, there it is. I still haven't upgraded those. I really should. Gonna help. So we need to get something making us circuits. There's our copper. We're not currently doing anything with it, so you make me wires. I really should have set these up ages ago. It would have made things a little bit faster. Okay, you're going to need plastics, which is something we're going to have to make using one of these. I wonder if I can prioritize low quality. The barest minimum is how much we actually need in there. Well, we've got through all of our previously queued research. We have a bunch more, but we can't do any of those yet, so... What's our cheapest? Can't do those, or that, or that, or that. Interesting. So our cheapest in the minute is this one, this one, this one, and this one. And then it looks like we'll be going for anything that costs 4,000. I wish you could do that with all the more things, or things other than just that. What's going to be the way to do it? Because it does still need these. In fact, might be daft. There we go. Let's get some our red circuits faster, which is rebuilding us these. So that gives us these, that gives us these. Good. We need these for construction, which is why I wanted them automated. Finally, it's starting to stockpile seeds. We are consuming them fast enough. Are we burning our... Okay, we are keeping up with the amount of spoilage we're creating at the minute. Kind of. There's some additional spoilage lying around that... Can we put a priority on these? Can I make this low priority? Okay, I don't think we're going to need to blow up any more cliffs. Where's the line of water? Let's pull out... There's some water up here. Does that count as water? That doesn't. Okay. That's the chunk I want. What do you say is in the way? Okay, there's a tree. I think these don't use anywhere near the amount of water they used to. That goes to the water inputs. This loops together all of those. Let's take the entire block. And drop it on the other side of this. Okay, they're just cliffs. Good. Pop that there. Okay, and we actually do not care anymore. There's no way we've gone through all of our heat pipes. Oh, we never dropped down any. That's why. How did we forget to drop down heat pipes? Okay, let's give all of these values tweaks. Which side is which? That's our off side, this is our on side, so 20 to 50, 25 to 55, 30 to 60, 35 to 65, 40, 70. Oops. Didn't know that was a shortcut I could use. 45 to 75. So it is possible for all of them to be on at the same time, which is what we want. We do want that. That connects the... We dropped down 50. There's no way we've used 50. Ah, the heat pipes are used in the construction of this thing. And we forgot to tear that down. We have, however, now gone through all of our boilers, so... Good, they've done their jobs. You've backed up again. Owing to waiting on lubricant. We can't produce that any faster, that's fine. Good. You are starting to get the seeds, so we can start making your special landfill. You are also starting to get spare seeds, so we can start to make your special landfill. Okay, I think I'm going to need to have to send the personal transport back to pick up a few extra things from Navis. So let's do that. You can head over to there, please. In fact, change of plan. Head through Gora. You may as well do your loop. Grab everything. I don't see any reason why it can't. Did we throw down any lights? We didn't. We should have done that before we told it to bugger off. Never mind. Okay, you've been going through the copper, but you haven't got through the copper yet. We now have circuits. Okay, back to thinking about all of this. You have this belt here, this one here. Although this one we're going to have to reboot a little. If I was to grab... Presume it's in here? Yeah. This. And make that as big as we can make it. There we go. Now we can fucking see better where we can build these to actually get decent output of it. So most of that area there is stuff that we can put this on. In fact, there's one additional square here that we can get from this. If we had the better stuff, we could put you up here, or put it up here, and that would work. I think this area over here is actually just better for it, so we may just move the entire thing. we can always just pick up and move all of this. Yeah, that's a much cleaner, smoother chunk. And if that's the case, then it's going to be the trickier bit. I need to be able to mark the map. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'd prefer them to be side by side, but we don't have really a good space to put that in a minute. And I don't know how much of this we actually need, to be fair. That's where I'd prefer them to be. Because we do still need to defend the damn things. Admittedly not at the minute, but we will do. Okay, so if I put you there, disassemble that, grab that, disassemble those, grab those, disassemble those, pick them back up again. They are incorrectly positioned. You want to be a bit further over. I think a bit further over than that still. There we go, that's better. Nah, I think having them for now horizontal or vertically is going to be the way to go, even though that is going to put them... It probably is going to mean that I'm going to need another one of them. Another one of these. Okay. Yep, that wants to still be over there for the time being. We don't want to take that down yet. We're just setting these up to be ready. Blue belt can make its way all the way out. Interesting. Once they have power, they will actually go around and clear out the area, but they're not going to pick up the stuff. Or have they? No, they have picked up the wood. It's not really what we wanted it to do, but never mind. We need to get it to solid ground. That looks like solid ground over there. That's more wetland. This is solid ground. So you're near enough to solid ground that I can probably just run you out to it. Don't know how well these are going to work as defences. They can't quite cover each other as they're positioned at the minute. I might be better off putting them on the corners, on the inner corners, rather than where I have them. So have them here. But even then, that's not going to reach. We'll just have to see. Okay. Let's reduce this down to the size of the actual farm itself. don't think that is a pond I can bridge. Okay. Seeds for you are not a problem. We still have loads of them. Still waiting on seeds for you. Thankfully they are backing up. Let's figure out... I think most of this area is actually valid. I think we can pull this closer. Let's go grab those seeds so that we can make some of the landfill. We should probably keep one of them at the very least. I kind of wish I'd put this further over now. The reason being that it would allow us to prep the bit slightly nearer. Wait, why aren't they in here? There they are, okay. They are in here. They have a pretty high default draw, power draw. One thing I wish Satisfactory would, or Factorio would let me do, is obviously because I have all this screen real estate, occasionally I want to be able to take this, pin it over here, and then continue doing stuff in the middle monitor. But the second I click anywhere else or try to do anything else, it closes the window, which is a little annoying, but there's not much I can do about that. Maybe there's a mod that lets me keep it up, but... I am interested in general at... We are overclocking a bunch of stuff, but they're not actually using power. That's a fair point. Most of our power is going into, or most of the solar power is going into the roboports. A lot of the stuff that we're going to be doing on this planet is done with the biochambers, which don't use electricity. If we wanted to, we could expand our solar cell setup, and if we do, we are not expanding it north into this giant lake. We'll expand it this way into solid ground this time round. Okay, personal transport is making its loop. It's reloading on a bunch of stuff. That's a good point. I imagine you're not having much chance to make... Yeah, that's fine. Nothing's jammed. This is kind of jammed. In fact, it's very jammed. We have an overabundance of blue circuits now, which is unusual. Ah, because you've stopped. We have enough of you. Fair enough. What about red circuits? Starting to collect those. I think this is designed to turn off, yeah, once we have 10k of them, so... Captain Green circuits. How many tungsten carbide do we have in the system? Do we need to do another delivery of tungsten carbide? 500, no, we're okay for the time being. That's something I'm manually delivering to there to make these. There's not really much I can do to speed this up. It's not that it's struggling on the output. Can't really increase the number of them. The only things we could do is overclock them to make them faster. Although in some of these cases it's more waiting for it to load. What's our power grid looking like? Okay, we have spare power. As of these two specifically, just running really damn fast. Thinking resource consumption. What can I do to increase resource consumption? Let me move this. What else can I get it to spam construct here just to get rid of some of the damn things? You take red circuits, which is why we never configured you. Trying to think what I can actually use to burn the resources, because we make so many just scrap resources here. It's kind of the point of the planet that for the most part I just use it to where necessary get me some higher quality stuff. I mean, this is where our solar panels are coming from, the higher quality solar panels. I suppose we could just void a bunch of these. Didn't we create... Yeah, that's going to depend. How are we doing on blue batteries? Still got plenty of blue batteries. Got a supply of those. Are we actually making these properly here now, rather than just making upgrades? Can't think of anything I need to mass produce or want higher quality versions of that I can mass produce that I'm not already mass producing. We'll just have to leave it be. Okay. That is all connected to the grid. Good. Not that we're doing anything with it currently. Have you filled up as well? You filled up as well. Okay. I don't know how many we're going to need. Okay, production speed of these, that makes 6, that makes 12. Those ratios really don't play nicely. More than anything else, it's less about consumption and more about production. Although these things do have burn values. So again, we can just run them all the way to the end. Do I want them to be passive provider chests? No, if they're coming here to here, they're coming to be burnt. Okay, that gives us the ability to expand this out to another set of these if we need more. That's something we might want to do, because if nutrients gets here, we can't burn it. We don't want it to block the system up. So what we may actually want to do is on this section here, I don't want to make it wider. Deep world output right, wrong one. Output right if you are nutrients. There's got to be a better way of doing this. And that still ends up on the same side. And that'll do it, but it won't do it well enough. Better. Okay, I think that will do it. Let's just duplicate it here. Again, that'll at least give us a template that we can use if we need a bigger bank of this. Okay, so that's where all the burnable stuff ends up, including the nutrients. And if we need more, we can always expand it down or around or something. You are new. Maybe we do want to be considering bringing over some artillery. I'm gonna go deal with that lot. Because that's big enough and near enough that it could cause a problem. Was there a third one? Not seeing any spoilage indicators. I can just throw them in here and they'll get shifted to where they need to be. See if we actually get a higher quality version one of these. Right. Yeah, that's something else that we wanted to add to this list here. Please send me down some lights. It would really help the stream if people were able to see what was going on. And I know I have some on the ship. Okay, we need some more undergrounds. I think undergrounds just need the, How do you keep managing to do that? You would have had to have been backed up long enough. Yeah, it's a temporary setup. We don't need to worry about this breaking. If it breaks, it breaks. Just fix it, get it running again, and then worry about the final setup. Stop playing with the temporary setup. Okay, running again. I thought I'd actually had my drones turned off. The belt must not be long enough. Wait. The belt needs to be long enough so that this has time to spoil before it has time to back up. We do want to have it in a situation whereby worry about the final setup when we get to it. One moment please, I need to go to the toilet. Right, sorry about that. Back. Right. You're still ticking along. Apologies, that is the pipe work. Okay, good. We have a full load of seeds over there. We have some backup seeds here. I assume we have a whole bunch of seeds here. We do. That being the case, let's add seeds to this. Let's expand how much we are keeping. Right, I want this area here cleared out of cliffs, please. Six, 12, 24, 48. That will in theory produce faster than the belt can shift them. Which isn't necessarily a good idea. I don't know how much input we're going to be getting though. So let's scale them back a bit. Need to get nutrients to them. Oops. Up there to get it out of the way. Now, how did you manage to do that? Did I not get rid of all of the eggs from my inventory? They're just inserted by the looks they've destroyed. Maybe I didn't empty out all the eggs in my inventory and that's what happened. Oh no, what happened was these things actually finally got a quality. But the filter was set to specifically a type of quality. You don't need the nutrients. You're just causing yourselves problems collecting the nutrients. Okay, apparently we ran out of cliff explosives. Because we must have manually sent down the ones we had. I think that's fine. Send down some more. Depends on where the nutrient is going to get made. Why did I set this up with 2 outputs? All things being equal, we should never have if everything is set up correctly, we should never have spoilage on the actual production line itself. It shouldn't occur. So collectively this will produce 8, 16, 32. That uses 20. I don't know how much of this stuff we're going to need for later. Is that enough space? I'm not sure. I clone him from Vulcanus one way or another. In fact, we don't need as much production as we have here. We could still set up the production to have this kind of scale, it's just it will never run this fast. Basically, I want to copy this, this, and this, but I might halve the amounts we're making. Or more or less half the amounts. the output at 93. Per second, whereas these output at, oh, they are 93 as well. I don't think we use the full throughput of all of this at any point. The main reason that I don't want this many is just space. We haven't given ourselves that much space. But we can always shift this lot here. And there's nothing making us keep this lot here. We can move that. We can put it up here. Okay, so that's effectively the trash output now. Speed this goes at 1 per second. Basic one will be enough. Output probably needs to be a green though. Okay, output speed of this is 2 per second. So again, that should keep up. Probably don't want to enable one of these. I'm still not sure 2 of these can actually dump out fast enough. Let's work on the assumption that 2 can't. And we'll temporarily have it set up like that. These have a relatively long time on them compared to everything else. Per second. That reduces it down 20. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. No, they'll be able to keep all 4. Don't forget that. You default output on the right. Four, 8. There's 16 of these. Let's do it the easy way. 16 times 4. Okay, so we in theory actually only need 1 of these belts now. If we need to have a trash belt, then that will be it. Okay, that'll feed all of those. Okay, now we need to join these up. In such a way Actually, no, it's fine the other way around. Because then they mirror better. Okay. Feeds those. We do still need these for other things. These will consume most of them, but for what remains... I think this will slightly scramble them on the belt, but I don't think that's a problem. I think we can work with that. Let's get some illumination. We've clearly decided that this is how this is going to be, so... let's at least light up some of this. We didn't bring over sufficient lights to be able to do this, but never mind, we're doing it anyway. Okay. And then on this one, we can re-sort them. This isn't trash, so I don't want to put it into the trash belt, but I might bring it up with the trash belt. Actually, no, I think I would just bring it down along here instead. I think that's going to be perfectly fine. I don't rightly know how much nutrients all of that will consume. We know this needs at least one green belt. I might need to move the trash system. Or all of this. If we move all of this, then we have the space that we actually need. That actually has everything in range. Take all of these out. Oh, it doesn't get the ones on the outside. Never mind. We'll use this then. Why did I do that? Rather than just straight away across. You're coming in here. Okay, I'm tempted to start wiring things up so that all of this is running constantly and just most of it is getting destroyed over here. Just to see how badly things go. See if we can reconnect all of these over here and destroy them, but I think the problem with that would be that we may not actually be using enough nutrients. I kind of wish I could underclock these. Let's see, what else do we need to make? Everything from this point on. I think that's everything we would need for the science. That would get the science running. Strictly speaking, we want that. We want to try and get it running constantly, which is easier said than done. In fact, no, I don't think it's possible for us to be able to get this running constantly. So we are going to have to worry about trash on these. And we are going to need to have the system able to restart itself. be able to make that. We need that. And we need that, which actually explicitly needs spoilage. And I don't think there's any other things that we want to be using this for. We don't need carbon. Do we need oil cracking in any way, shape or form? Sulfuric acid is just iron, water, and then does it need water? I don't know if it needs water and sulfur. Plastic is plastic. Fuel. Yeah, so we shouldn't need to oil crack in any way, shape or form. So that's all the recipes we'll need from these. We're obviously going to need... Let's just put down buildings for everything that we need. Just so we have them listed. These are for rocket parts. It's going to need a chemical plant to get it the sulfuric acid. That to those. So that's one rocket part. There's the other rocket part. These two are for these. So the only remaining rocket part is this, which again we have the rest of the stuff for. So that's the production lines we need to add to get the rocket built. And none of these care about the actual spoilage value, because the spoilage value will be gone by the time it gets to here. Or converting into any of these will get rid of the spoilage value. I think if we can get this system kicked off and running, then we can use, because this one here is again stopped, we can use the recycler to get rid of any overflow or any excess. The main issue is mostly just like how long this takes to deteriorate. It spoils in a minute. So, what that might mean that we want to do is have at the end of the line that, so that once it has spoiled, if something isn't there to immediately grab it, it's then pulled through to a recycler. What's going to be the best way to make sure that that doesn't, because it will eventually back up. There's nothing we can do to stop that, because at some point the rocket is not going to be being made, so the resources aren't going to be being consumed. If we make the belt long enough so that by the time it gets to the end of it, it is iron, then everything that wants it can grab it, and once it's gone past everything, we can throw it in a recycler. It's the only way I can think of doing it. Unless we want to give it, or unless we want to constantly be feeding this and dealing with the spoilage from it just to get the small amount of bacteria to kick it off again. I would rather have it running and continue running, because that's what the rest of this base is designed to do. Just run. Run and run and run and run and run. I suppose the rocket fuel stuff is the easiest stuff that we can do. How fast does this produce? 1 every 10 seconds. It's 1 every 15 seconds. And the thing that's producing them is running twice as fast as this one, more or less. I think if we go 6, we'll move this into place later. Similar sort of setup as that down there. Okay, we need to bring water over to it. That makes things more awkward. Okay, we're going to have to do it this way around then. Boost 3 per second. Now the problem we have is that that stuff's along there, and that stuff's along there. I don't think we're going to have the throughput of the jelly. Jelly needs 6 for each of these. So really the jelly's going to need its own blue belt. Oh, that's something we haven't accounted for yet. Overflow of the actual inputs. Is that used for anything else? No, it's only used here. And for kickstarting that, but that's not a big deal. $48. This actually won't even keep up with that. Right, I think these consume more than we're producing, as it stands. Yeah, because this setup was designed for something that required twice as much as we're actually producing at the moment, so... let's deconstruct these. Rather than worrying about getting the numbers right first time round, we'll just make sure that we have the expandability. Now, how can I get you... split out onto 3 belts. Okay, that's kind of an option. This currently isn't loading it as fast as it can do. And probably turn all of this off in a minute. We have enough of everything else to do it. I didn't kickstart you. How did you manage to kickstart yourself? Okay. It's break time. I'm going to get myself something to eat, something to drink. I will try and figure out this while I'm doing that. We'll be back in about 15-20 minutes. We'll see how far we can get today. I don't think, given how much Uman and Aaron have been doing, we will be able to fully finish all of this, but we'll see. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'll leave you with my music rather than the game music, so... Okay, I'm back. Gonna leave my music on, so let me just mute the in-game music. Right. Okay, that's how we get the belt's worth. Although I think I've done it the wrong way around. I think I need to mirror that. Because I believe... yeah, this one puts on the left-hand side. So that wants to be that way around. We also made a mistake because we don't want to do this way. We need no dead ends. This needs to come along here. then head up and out. That's a little annoying. There we go. I also decided that four of these was enough. Because these are producing 3 a second. Or 0.3 a second, and over here we've got many more producing 0.6, and I think Vulcanus is, this one's been accelerated a little bit, this is 1.4. So I think for the throughput that we're expecting on here, 4 at 0.3 should be fine, and if it's not, we can overclock it. Now this is going to require... I wonder if I can... I might be able to fuel this from the overflow... yeah, I might be able to fuel this from the overflow from this. Wait, did I not mute the music? I didn't. I just turned it down, didn't I? I turned down the master, not the music. Okay, so that's that. We still need to connect this up to it in both of these. Well, not necessarily. If this can get enough nutrients from the top line, the waste products from the top line, Then we can run this here. We can actually split this here and put on the right the jelly. It needs more jelly than it needs those, so I think we'll flip them around. We have some water available here, so we may as well use it. That's something we never set up. Mostly due to space problems. Yep. Okay, and then jelly isn't used for anything else other than biolubricant, which we probably won't need. Okay, I have a mind to shut all of this down now. Although, we are out of... we still got another 15 left. Plus the bunch that we have here. I want to get things running. even if we can't get everything going or properly going at the minute, I just want to get things running so that I can see it running and know that at least the ideas that we've implemented are going to work. To which end... you have no seeds. Do you have plenty of seeds? You're out of seeds as well. You don't really have a reason to be out of seeds, though. Some in there. That's all done. Your output chest isn't full, is it? No. There's something we've forgotten. We've forgotten to handle seeds. We're gonna need something that deals with if there's too many seeds. They're burnable fuel. Apparently we've gone through 50 of these already. Can't quite see that. We've already gone through 50 of them. There's 50 of them out and about somewhere. Suppose there's a bunch here. Well, have another 50. Okay, I know how we can handle the seeds. Where are you? Oh, because that's not powered. Still not correct. Technically wants to be the other way around, doesn't it? If we have 50 in storage. There we go. Right idea, but the wrong way around. This is how you would keep a particular amount in here based upon how much was in storage already. So that'll burn excess seeds. That'll saturate the belt. Okay, now we need to join up these and send them out on trash. That depends on how many is going to be on the inputs. This may be... Yeah, let's do it this way where we can. For the sake of keeping things consistent. It is a trash belt. 4.5 plastic per second. Two plastic per second. So that actually produces more than all of that combined. Don't know whether or not that's going to be enough to get rid of it all. The input speed and the output speed is roughly the same, so... that will cover that. The lack of seeds that thing has is still a concern to me. We have some spare seeds in there, but we'd like to be able to start the entire system up. And that means I'd like to tear that system down, and we need to get rid of more of its thing or stuff first. Oh, we're not feeding you water yet. Okay, how do I fire this system up? Oh, that's something we need to do before I forget. I think theoretically the way that we've built and designed this system, even if... because all biological paths lead to the burner. So even if we feed these, they get whatchamathingy, names, words, spoilage in them. Then even if it kicked it out onto this belt, it would eventually go to where it needed to go. But there's nothing stopping us from having an output for spoilage anyway. this thing gets spoilage on it, we'll just let it kick it out onto the nutrient belt. Because again, all paths lead to the burners. This one, we really don't want to get spoilage in it. And yeah, it'll just output onto the belt anyway, so I don't think we need to worry about that. These can all have their own spoilage outputs. This one, yeah, we wouldn't want or these ones we wouldn't want spoilage on because they're specifically not going to the burners. Okay. Research has been done. That means we're anything that's 4,000 now, aren't we? 4,000. 4,000. 4,000. 4,000. Okay, what happened to all of that? I don't think it was told to burn it, but we are telling all of this to burn all this, so... Do we have any in the system? No, we have gone through all of it. Oh, I bet I know where it disappeared. This doesn't use it. I guess it just all got consumed. Okay, they're trying to keep up. And that is the wrong thing to output. Damn it, it's consumed all the jelly already. And all the nutrients is now dead. Not all of it. Do we have any more nutrients anywhere? Other than nutrients, how about... Okay. That's a good point. These aren't actually being fed nutrients. Make them high on their own supply. this one. Everything is ready, but we ran out of a thing. Unless we can get this in, then the nutrient we provided it is going to disappear and we'll have to make some more. But we have... I think we have... yeah. We can get it some manual. That, however, doesn't have any. We still forgot to put them down. These need inputs. We're going to have a serious problem with seeds if we can't get this to kick off. Oh, got some more coming. Of course you did. That might be enough. The issue we have now is the fact that this lost so many seeds, but we can give the system a boost. Thanks to the fact that this was a particularly and that has just straight up run out of seeds. There was a bunch more of these nearby that we could pinch, wasn't there? At least some. I didn't expect seeds to be the bigger issue here. Although we did just let several plants go through without having to, or without trying to crush them, because we didn't have the fuel ready. I know I said only the freshest will do, but for now I'm willing to allow it to have something less than the freshest as long as it keeps running. Come on, I need you to... Good. Be faster than that blow, please. The system kind of requires a minimum amount of input. And at the minute, we're not getting it. Owing to the fact that it lost so many seeds. I'm going to catch those nuts. For now, until we can get the thing fully running. Because we need them to process this so that we can get the seeds out of it. For now. This is what we want to see. We want to see it doing this. The problem is more that the belts are too fast. The input belts. Okay, that was a consideration that once all of these join back together, they may not actually be... Well, they're not currently running, so... But there was the possibility that this needed to be improved. And this is now kind of jamming because this isn't running. Okay, you do have plants planted, that's fine, so long as you have plants planted. They only need 2 input, but I'd rather them collect up. I think the system will work. We just need the farms to actually get full of seeds, so that they're providing a constant stream of stuff. Let me change the smallest of things. I may want to change it back later. But it'll space out the seeds more. Or the fruits more. That's not good. How the hell did you manage to run out of nutrients? That might be overkill, but we'll see. In terms of intentionally slowing them down. I think they probably do want to be blues once we get to the fields being saturated. Oh, how have we managed that? The fact that some of this stuff is still getting on there is impressive. Oh, right, yeah. There's a filter on it as well. There we go. You have fuel. Do you have enough fuel to complete the cycle? Yes. do I dare feed one of these an egg? It's only going to take one. The thing is that these things are not allowed to turn off at any point. They need to keep running. Because otherwise we're going to have uninvited guests spawning in the middle of the base. Actually produced any fuel? Yep, it has been producing fuel. The jelly will sort itself out once we have sufficient input on these. Needs 5 and 4 per second. Yeah, that one of these should, I think, be able to keep up. Make sure they have fuel. We are still getting some nuts making it past, but that isn't necessarily a bad thing. Again, a lot of nuts making it past. Okay, I think this one needs these back on. Still waiting on that to get enough seeds to be able to give us a decently constant supply. Wait, that's not burnable? Food, it has an energy value. No, it's not burnable. That's a bit more of a problem, because these last for 2 hours. For now, we better change it so that it does indeed keep a hold of them. We're going to need a different way to get rid of them then. How do you manage to do that? No, I don't really want to do that because that's not going to... We want these to be fresh. Is there a better way to break those down if they make them to the end of the line? Other than to turn it into nutrients? No, I think turn them into nutrients is the only way that we can really dispose of them if they get to this point. So what we probably would need then at that point is... what I'm looking for. And then if nutrients gets down to here, or the bio stuff gets down to here, it will just convert it to nutrients. Okay, you're ticking along. I get the numbers wrong? 10, 20, 30, 40. Six. I have got the numbers wrong. Does it tell me how long these take to grow? Spores 4 per minute. I'm assuming there's not another way to make bioflux. Nah. So when we need it for Navis, we're just going to have to bring it over. I'm just thinking whether it's worth continuing to do this way or... Because we split them apart again later. It doesn't really matter what side they're on. How are these down to 80% already? They're getting here at 98%. I might just upgrade all of these to green belts. Although the problem may just be how long some of these are waiting in here for their counterparts to arrive. Let's just make sure we haven't run out of green belts in orbit. We have, okay. And our Vulcanus cargo ship has just left, which would have dropped down some green belts, but it's obviously not dropped down enough. Okay. We'll send our personal transport to Vulcanus, because then it will come straight back here. That might make these slightly fresher, given that they will take slightly less time to get there. We are getting stuff getting all the way down to the bottom. These are almost full. Maybe we actually need more farms. More Yamaka farms specifically, which is a problem given that this is the type of farm that we have the least amount of space nearby for. Although that said, it's probably around about 60% saturated. It might fix itself eventually. Again, the problem we've had, or the primary problem, is that we lost so many seeds because we're just wasting the resources and not processing them. how many biolabs do we have left? Still another 10. Interesting. I wonder if the day-night cycle... Let's have a look. No. I was wondering if the day-night cycle might be a bit shorter here. The day is longer than the night. Okay, now we need eggs. An egg. I didn't consider the fact that, yeah, it expects those to be being consumed constantly. Because the eggs are supposed to be being consumed constantly. But we can't put an egg into the system if the system is gonna break. Did we pick them up? Yeah, pick them up. I can actually see a way in which this system that we have here will break. Oh no. That's fine. This is only used to pick up eggs, so... How did you not manage to get an egg? Because you're trying to get rid of spoilage. We should probably put up some extra defenses just in case. Okay. Okay, it is going to be possible, with the way that we have things set up, that an egg will get left in here and be allowed to hatch. Am I going to need 3 waste belts? I could plonk another set up here. But I think we'd be better off putting it down here rather than up there. Okay, this is really on the wrong end of this. Let's plonk down another set of these then. So we can have another input belt. Is that water? I think that is water. Still waiting for a delivery of green belts. You should be getting some here. And then you'll be heading over to me. You're also loading up on green belts. For now, let's turn that off. Try and remember that we've been told it to turn off. So that we can... pull those from the Vulcanus cargo ship. Rather than from the main one. Here is a bad place for them because, yeah, we didn't consider the fact that the logistic network needs to actually still fit. Okay, let's have this group kick on. We'll have every single one of these kick on when things get down to 10%, and then just keep going until it's at 80%. So these are proper emergency power. Okay, the Vulcanus cargo ship is on its way over. We can probably turn one of these off. I mean, one of them is currently off. Okay, I think... Yep, the Vulcanus cargo ship has been... I assume it has dropped a whole bunch of those. I don't know whether it dropped all of them, but it looks like it's dropped enough of them. Okay, turn our personal transports. Unload facility back on. Right. mean, if nothing else, everything is flowing. Okay, they have all the seeds they could want. That keeps things flowing. Kind of waiting for this to finish emptying itself out at the minute, looks of it. Well, the defense is held. I do think we need some secondary defenses down there other than just those. But that requires that we actually have iron production underway. They're on the same side? They shouldn't be on the same side. I fucked up. Given what attacked us... Actually, we don't have any radars, so there we are. There very well may be things in range. Do they actually spawn on attack squads? They must be. That's a bigger one. What's the revolution currently at? Only at 2. We are going to need to get some artillery in here. How long until they send and launch an attack? Because they're taking a long time to eat the spores. I think we might do a quick sweep so that we can kill not just these, but any others that are nearby. Okay, how'd they get some missing materials? Interesting. That's why they're so effective against it, because it attacks each of their legs as well. Okay, so somehow we've managed to mess up oh, they're not here. They're on Vulcanus. It's a beautiful sight to behold. I don't believe I'm making those here. We would have to import them in from elsewhere. Okay, fair enough. I believe we do still need to go and get some more heat pipes. No, we brought some. We brought some heat pipes with us. That's a hell of a pollution cloud. And before I forget and get myself murdered, Yeah, we have had some steam engines being kicked on recently. That's fine, they're doing their job. Oh, I shouldn't have... Never mind, too late. Doesn't matter. It does not matter, because we can just come along here and we can grab these, and we can grab these, and we can grab these. And we can throw these in here and hope that all of this is good. We should probably stop them from storing bioflux. They're not supposed to, really. They're supposed to let it past. I'll let those two, or those ones, continue for now. These ones, rather. Just because they're allowing this to run. But I do think we are at the stage almost where all of this wants to be ripped up so that we can use this space here to make the remaining things for the rocket. I don't think it grabs another one, and if it can't empty out the ones it has. The jelly nuts were overproduced, and we can definitely see that. Are these all running constantly? They're trying. They have the resources. Needed some tweaks, but I think the system works. We're definitely overproducing nutrients at the minute. I overestimated how much of it we need. We're still struggling to get rid of a lot of it. We could make a tweak that would make it, that particular part of it, a little bit better. We do that instead. We can make these tweaks. This is the only one we need running constantly. So let's fix it so that we are fully utilizing the output of it. I'm only going to turn this one on. And what I'm going to do is what priority input is that one? Oh, that's jammed. That's why it's jammed. Because this wasn't intended to move all of this previously. With that said, that looks like it's jammed over here. Ah, it never got any fuel. Is that going to fix itself? It might not be able to fix itself just because we're not consuming enough of this. I think what I should have done is I should have, or in that previous one, I should have flipped this over to the left-hand side and then fed these into this line. Having this at the back end may not be the best of ideas. It may be better to put it up here. Or just to burn them on their own. Do it that way instead. stuttering, you are stuttering Y. We can't not send them over, or some over. If we filter it all out, then these starve. Unless we do some underground belting to allow us to pull from here. This isn't direct overflow, so I think add this here, tell it default output on the right. Guarantees the flow continues along there. So one reason I kind of don't want to do this is because of all of this stuff has come all the way around here. It's not as fresh as this stuff. In theory, one of these should be sufficient enough to supply all of these, shouldn't it? at this point is just tweaking for optimization's sake. The system works. I'm happy that the system works. It's just I want it working smoothly, constantly, perfectly. I'm being pedantic. I don't have an OCD problem, I have a pedanticness problem. Things need to work just right. I beg your pardon? Oh, right, yes, yes. You can't work that way. That's not how you work. That's fine. What we can do is that. That and that. That and that. And that'll work. That could have been one of these breaking out. There's nothing in there. There was clearly something around here because it got the attention of this one, and this one. And it does remind me that we have not fully protected all of this area. Okay, that covers that bit of the belt, that bit of the belt. We have this here. And that covers any accidental hatchings. I think we may just need another farm down there. Because this lot's going to struggle to pick up all of this now that it's coming at this pace. theoretically a better place to put it anyway. It might be better off just to burn the fruits that make it that far, just so that they're not clogging up this. Although that said, I just realised there's another, or a different way we can do this. There we go. This line here might now be surplus to requirements. So let's turn it off. At least for now. I wonder if I was to make this blue. Oh, that one still needs to be green. And I tell you to prioritize output on the left-hand side. This doesn't appear to be fuel starved. It's not fuel starved. Everything else is getting as much fuel as it needs. We still have plenty of fuel. And our overflows should be handling things much better if this thing had actually got... Yeah, I think I need to put this at the top end. Which was a consideration. It's better off here. Okay. How can it be taking a minute for you to get your nutrients? I think there's a rounding error in these that just... Because it's trying to compensate for how how fresh the stuff that was in it was as it gets new stuff added in. They take 15 seconds to craft. Okay, I can see how it might get that level of freshness then. Because it's stacking up to about 60. So there's enough in there for 2 crafts, which means for the entire stack to disappear, it has to finish crafting 3 or the current time, then 2 extra times. I suppose, yeah, if all of these manage to get something, then it will run that fast. So maybe we was better off keeping it with the 6 that we had and just allowing the drones to put them back on the belt. Well, why allow the drones to put them back on the belt? I could just reconnect the belt to the input. Why do things the weird way when we can do things a more optimal way? I beg your pardon? Some of you did not get the message. Okay. No, we don't need to do it that way. We can just do it this way. Now we don't need these. Now here's a question. Are you working? No, you're not. 300. If this works correctly, we should end up about 50 in each. At least they shouldn't go far below 50. Good. Glad I checked that. 1, 2, 3. Oh shit, problems. Hopefully caught soon enough to allow everything to continue. Okay, good. Everything's firing back off again. Now there is something I would like to be able to do, but I don't know whether or not I can do it. And that is remove from belt. Taking items from an inventory. I would like to be able to remove from a belt something that has a particular level of spoilage, but I don't think we can do that. I think just to be able to get this system to catch up, I am going to need another lot on it. Six, 12, 24. I mean, theoretically, if these were all running at full speed, that should saturate all blue belts. And then these two will saturate a green belt. I'm still worried that this could jam. I don't like this. I think our better bet is to add another farm. Even if it's not a not a full-size farm. Okay, now we need to restore this to the way it was. Just to give it a second to catch back up. Okay. Just noticed something that is probably wrong. You shouldn't be connected to there. You should be connected to there. You shouldn't be connected to there. You should be connected to there. Okay, I think that'll do for now, or for today. We're obviously not done. We still need to figure out how we're going to get biosulfur made. We need to set up the iron bacteria and the copper bacteria, and then the production for all of this. We'll probably start... that reminds me, although they may have already spawned. Hasn't been 15 minutes yet. You've got really unlucky in terms of getting higher quality biochambers. Yeah, so we'll probably start next episode by ripping up all of this to give us this central space for building the rest of the rocket parts. Because, yeah, the only thing we need is biosulfur from here. Spoilage doesn't spoil any further than it already has, so I don't see any reason we couldn't put this in here. I think what we may do is we may run it alongside here and then try and just feed it from stuff on this belt or these belts. Which one are these coming in from? They're coming in here. So we could force these specifically down this center line, more or less, and then pull them off there. But yeah, no, we'll leave it for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Tuesday, where we will get Glebe finished. That will be the plan. So hopefully, we'll see you next time. Cheerio.